Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Creature Conservancy. We are so excited to have you here for our 1 p.m. program. Now, this month is Rescued Animals Month, and so you're going to learn about the biology and the background stories of a lot of our rescued animals, several of them. Most of the animals here at the Creature Conservancy are rescues. Now, we have a new set of animals on stage every month. So if you enjoy your time here today, make sure you come back next month for Arboreal Animals Month, where we'll have one of our clouded leopards, one of our chameleons, our carpet python, and one of our sloths on stage. All animals that like to be in the trees. If you really enjoy your time here today, you might think about getting a membership, and you can get your fee for today refunded in the gift shop if you purchase a membership today. This will get you free admission to open hours and our special features on first and third Fridays, which are adults only. It also gets you discounts in the gift shop and for our special events. And you'll get advance notice for our special events. Some of our really popular special events are our yoga events, and we do have snake yoga coming up on June 4th. You can sign up for these events on our website. We also have a 21 plus event coming up to celebrate the LGBTQ plus community. There are still tickets left, so please register for this event on June 13th. We also have a few select spots left for our 1st through 9th grade summer camps. So if you have kiddos that may be interested, check out our website. And we're also accepting donations for our summer camp. So if you have any of the items up on the screen, you can also check out our wish list on Amazon. Look at our website if you are interested in donating. We also recently launched our Adopt a Creature program, which allows you to directly sponsor the care and enrichment of one of our animals. There are different tiers ranging from a handwritten note from the zookeeper all the way up to a lifetime membership. And finally, please follow us on social media and send us your pictures. You guys take amazing pictures and we want to see them. All right, I'm going to turn it over to Xavier to talk about our first rescued animal.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Madeline. And the first rescued animal we are meeting today is a really unique species of reptile that is coming from the southeastern parts of Asia. And this is a really large species of snake. In fact, it is the longest species of snake on the planet. We're going to be meeting a reticulated python. Now, Aries that we're going to be meeting, he is definitely an impressive individual. He's around 12, almost 13 feet long, but that is nowhere near as big as this species can get. Now, males of this species, like Aries right here, they can get up to around 16, almost 17 feet long. Cuddles, our other male reticulated python in the other room, is about as big as males can get at around that 16-foot range. But for this species, and in fact most species of animals on the planet, it's the females that get much larger than the males. And it's like that because the females have to provide the nutrients for the eggs and for the offspring, and so they get twice the size of the males in this species. And so Aries at about 13 feet, it would look minuscule to a fully grown female, because the females get well over 20 feet in the wild. Recently, the official record was broken for the longest wild-caught reticulated python at just over 23 feet. But in captivity, the longest one on record was this individual, Fluffy. And Fluffy lived at the Columbus Zoo for its life and got well over 24 feet long and well over 300 pounds. And I forgot to say that Aries is definitely too big to carry through the audience, so we do have a smaller species of portable portable python that Lisa's carrying around. So if you guys are interested and want to take 2 fingers, you guys can gently touch towards the tail end of this snake, and she will make it through all 3 rows. But looking at these massive snakes, like the one on stage and the one on the screen, they are truly impressive individuals, and not just impressive in their size, because they are extremely adapted to life in the rainforest where they're native to. And it's not like other big snakes like Burmese pythons, where they spend most of their life on the ground, not really spending life in the trees. You guys can see Aries just feeling very comfortable in the trees, and so they spend a lot of their times up in the trees on the ground, and even swimming through the oceans to the many islands in the Indonesian archipelagos. But so they are extremely adapted, but then they are really top predators in their range as well. With the sizes they get to be able to eat species of deer, species of boar, and they're also the only recorded species of snake that has been documented to eat and hunt humans. And so in their native ranges, people definitely fear and respect these snakes, but in the United States, they are one of the more popular species of snakes in the pet trade. But after hearing all those facts I just said, it doesn't sound like they would make the best pet. The only species of snake known to hunt humans, people have really honed into getting them as pets. But part of that is because a lot of people in the reptile trade, or pet trade, definitely not all of them, but a lot of them are getting their pet reptiles because of bragging rights, and not because they are the best pets, but because they want to be able to say that they have the world's longest species of snake. And that definitely is easy to do while they're babies, but they grow really, really fast. And I talked about their adaptations, and you can imagine it, but this next video will put it into perspective exactly how adapted they are for life in the rainforest. And you can imagine this in your household as well. But they can scale trees straight up without any aid from lateral branches, using the strength of their muscles by hoisting the rest of their body up those trees, getting to those right spots to hunt primates, hunt birds, hunt other rodents going through the trees. So these are really adapted animals, and people, when they get them as pets, realize it was a mistake, and that's exactly what happened with Aries. Aries was gotten as somebody's pet, and quickly in the first couple years they realized they were in over their head. But that was before I had started here, and it was actually Steve that was called to the scene of this rescue and can put into a little more detail what happened there.
Yeah, so we get all sorts of weird phone calls here, and we got a call from Macomb County Animal Control, and they said, hey, they have to remove a python from somebody's home and actually another snake, and will we do 2 things for them? First thing they wanted us to do is come do the actual removal, because they deal with dogs and cats, not pythons. And then the second thing they asked is if we would keep it when we removed it, because they don't have cages for pythons at the rescue. So we happen to have space for a big python, and so we said we'd go help. We should have asked more questions, though, because we followed the animal control to this person's house. Very normal neighborhood. You would not know anything weird was going on from the outside. They pull into the drive, we park out front. They get out of their vehicles and start putting on hazmat suits. They didn't tell me exactly what was going on. We ultimately put masks on, but when you walked in the front door, it reeked of ammonia because the floor was covered with poop and pee from the 400 or 500 rats that were living in this house, just running around, just like boldly running around the house. So anyway, there was definitely a hoarding situation going on, definitely a lot of problems going on in this household. And so we went up those stairs, stepped over the rats, went up the stairs to where Aries and this other snake were being kept. And I didn't take these pictures ever predicting I would be doing a program kind of showing it, so I would have gotten better pictures. But if you look in the lower left, this at the time was a 6 or 7 foot python in about a 20-gallon aquarium, so it's about 2 foot long, 12 inches wide, and maybe 16 inches tall. And oddly enough, it's hard to tell from the pictures, but the tank was filled up with bricks. So not only was it a ridiculously small tank, but most of the volume of the tank was filled up with bricks. And I don't understand why. by. I do understand why it was chained shut, though, because this snake eats rats. And the house is filled with hundreds of rats, so we're probably running across the top of that tank all the time. So that was kind of torture for the poor snake to see all these dinner running around and not being able to get to them. Anyway, now we get to the entertaining part of the program, where these guys try to get the python off the branch. Anyway, we're not anti-snakes as pets. There are some really cool snakes. Corn snakes are my personal favorite. Brightly colored, small, easy to deal with, 12-year lifespan, the easy commitment. But these big constrictors can be a handful to deal with. So if you're thinking about getting a pet snake, choose differently. And honestly, that was, I think, the fastest removal this month. That was only kind of a 2-person removal. Yeah. I want to clap because I'm not doing that. Me and Burmese reticulated pythons are not my favorite. Anyway, just a little bit of backstory, because I talked to a lot of new people out on the Gator Dock. Half of the animals that you're seeing here today are somebody else's mistake. So about 50% of the animals here at the Creature Conservancy are former exotic pets. Another 10% or so are injured wildlife. So if you stick around for the 2 o'clock program, we're going to have an injured wild animal out here. And then the rest of them are zoo surplus animals. I'm going to turn it over to you for questions, because you can answer them better than I can. And I'll see you back in a minute.
Awesome. Thank you, Steve. So yeah, any snake questions, any reticulated python questions? Yeah. They are incredible snakes, and if you have any more questions, you can ask us in the outside by the other animals, but then you can take a look at Cuddles, our other reticulated python, with our other big snakes in the barn over there. But our next animal that we are going to be meeting is one that is really popular. Parents may not know exactly what this creature is. Kids are definitely going to know what this animal is, and that is because these animals have really grown in popularity over the past few years and have really become one of the most popular species of animals, definitely amongst the kids. Whether it's through their appearances in Minecraft, the mini stuffed animals that are going around and we do sell in our gift shop, or just their presence in pop culture and memes and social media. But these animals definitely have a big presence in pop culture, but they are not big animals by any means. These are 2 fully grown axolotls. This is Confetti and Splash, but fully grown is about 7, maybe 8 inches for a large axolotl. But thankfully, we do have these amazing cameras that get you this great up-close look at what the axolotls look like. But even getting that up-close look, you guys still may be wondering, what even is that creature? It looks like something out of a sci-fi movie, something straight out of Star Wars, but in reality, this is a species of salamander. But they don't look like the salamanders you may find underneath a rock or a log in the woods. But part of that reason is because salamanders are amphibians, just like frogs and toads. And just like frogs and toads, when they hatch out of the egg, they don't look like their adult version. And this is essentially the tadpole version of a salamander. But in most cases, the salamanders only stay in this version for a few months to maybe over a year before they go through their metamorphosis and turn into their adult versions, losing those weird things coming off of those head, because those are actually their gills that help them breathe underwater. But then most salamanders will lose those, but what happens with axolotls is that they are living in a couple small lakes in central Mexico where they don't have an important chemical that is needed for metamorphosis. It's iodine. They need that iodine. But that doesn't stop the axolotls. They've figured out a way to essentially stay a kid their entire lives. Now, that sounds pretty fun. You don't have to worry about taxes, about debt, about loans or mortgage, none of that boring stuff. You can just stay underwater, living out your fun kid life. But then it's not just that they've figured out the fountain of youth for these axolotls, being able to further their their species without going through that metamorphosis, but they've also gotten some superpowers with it as well, because they've figured out a way to regenerate parts of their body. Now, that may not sound all that special to you guys, because if you've been here and heard about some of our other reptiles, you've heard us talk about lizards regrowing their tails, and axolotls certainly can regrow their tail if a predator bites it off, but they can also regrow a full arm or a full leg if a predator bites it off. But it also doesn't stop there. They can regrow important organs as well. If they lose part of their kidney or their spleen, they can regrow their full kidney. If they lose part of their heart or stomach or lungs or brain or spine, they can regrow that too. Any part of this axolotl, if they lose part of that organ, they can regrow it. Now, they can't regrow it from scratch. They still need a certain percentage, and that varies with organs. Sometimes they need 20% of their heart or 30% of their lungs, but they're able to regrow any part of their body. And that helps them from many situations in the wild, but it's also intrigued scientists, because when scientists see and hear about an animal doing this, their first question is, how do we get that to humans? And they start studying them left and right and trying to figure out how to start regrowing our hearts and our lungs. But we haven't gotten to that point, and part of the reason is because axolotls, as small as they are, their DNA and their genome is 10 times the size of ours. So it's been extremely hard to pinpoint what is exactly causing that. But scientists have gotten a little bit closer, and part of that is through some of the things they've introduced to axolotls in captivity. And one of those is a protein called a GFP, and it allows them to glow in the dark. And you can see it most in the leucistic or the white one, but underneath UV light, they glow a almost neon yellow fluorescent green color. And this allows scientists to actually see the process in which the limbs and parts in their body are regrowing, which would otherwise be covered by their skin and all of that. But this allows them to get a closer look into that. But that isn't naturally found in axolotls. It's naturally found in other sea creatures like jellyfish, and has been introduced to their DNA over time in captivity. But a lot of axolotls in captivity do have that ability, but not all of them. But axolotls are truly fascinating animals, and Confetti and Splash here were two rescues, but they were a pretty unique rescue story, and part of the reason for that is because they came from a family just outside of Lansing, and this family had two axolotls, a boy and a girl, and they, after keeping axolotls for a while, you're going to come across some eggs, and what they decided to do with those eggs is they thought it'd be fun to raise up those eggs with their kids. They would do it as a family, and it would be fun to do all together. But when axolotls lay eggs, they don't just lay a couple of eggs. They lay about 1,000 eggs at a time. And so when this family found those 1,000 eggs, it did not deter them, because they did some more research, and that research showed them that when axolotls do lay those eggs, only about less than 1% of those 1,000 eggs would make it to adulthood. So if they started off with 1,000, they would still end up with maybe like 5 to 10 axolotls. But what they failed to realize is those numbers are for axolotls in the wild, when you have the scarcity of resources and predators and all the other factors that go into those mortality rates. And in captivity, you don't have all of those. And so what they thought 1,000 axolotls would wean down to, 1,000 axolotls wean down to about 700 to 800 axolotls. And you guys may be seeing all these deli cups and thinking, well, why don't you put them all together in one big tank? It would be much easier to take care of them. But axolotls, when they're younger and growing, their appetites are so voracious that you cannot keep them next to each other, because a brother will eat their sister and a sister will eat their brother. And that cute little face that you saw are cannibals when they're young. So you have to keep them separate. But and so this was just one small room in their basement. Their basement was covered floor to ceiling with these deli cups, and they have voracious appetites. So this family was feeding them about twice a day, and when they're eating twice a day, they're pooping a lot, and so they can't keep them in that same water the entire day. So this family, who just wanted a couple more axolotls, wound up spending about 5 hours a night doing water changes on these axolotls, and about $80 a day on worms to feed these axolotls. And so they just got in over their heads and reached out to facilities like us to take in some of their axolotls, and we were able to take in a handful of them, but we weren't able to take in a lot of them, because as they get older, you can keep some of them together, but they need big space. These guys have 100-gallon stock tanks in a very climate-controlled environment, because they are very, very specific with their temperatures and water settings. But then not always can you keep them together, because they do have a sister named Squishy, and Squishy has never grown out of her cannibal phase. And so Squishy will still try to eat her brothers, still try to eat her sisters, so Squishy has to stay all by herself. But they are fascinating animals. And I did skip over this slide, and this slide just showcases exactly how they regrow their arms. And you can see this is a sped up video, but on a young axolotl like the one in this video, that can happen in just a matter of a couple days. And so it does slow down as they age, but the rate of regeneration is a lot faster with this species than other species that have that ability. But do you guys have any questions about our axolotls? Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'll get to your question in a second. He was raising his hand. Yeah. Oh, why do they have so many lines on the sides? And so those are their gills. And when they have so much more of them, it allows them to take in more oxygen. And so it helps them breathe a lot more. And so that really, really helps them. Yeah. So the gills are pink because they're filled with blood, and the blood helps take in the oxygen, but you can really only see it on the leucistic or the white one because they don't have the melanin in their skin to cover it, but you didn't see the pink, the blood on the darker or melanistic one because his skin covers that up. But yeah, and so we'll do one last question before our next animal gets here. So they can regrow part of their head, but they would need to have at least part of it. They wouldn't be able to regrow their full head, but they can regrow parts of their brain, and studies have shown that. And scientists are working on reintroduction of captive axolotls, but it has to be done very carefully and not from like pet axolotls, and has to be like really, really scientifically proven to be a healthy genetically for reintroduction. So yes, they can, but it is a long process. But our next animals are here. Do you want this headset? Okay, so the next animals are here, and they are definitely one that you are familiar with, whether it is through the many fables and myths that come around these animals. We're going to be meeting Harry and Sally, but Harry is a wolf hybrid, and wolves are definitely one of the most notarized animals on the planet, but this is the big bad wolf that people talk about. But Harry is definitely one of the sweetest animals that we have on campus, and Sally is as well. But we will talk about their story later. But wolves are truly an incredible species. But they have many different colorations of wolves, and part of the reason is because you can find wolves all over the world. And depending on where you find them at in their vast range, they can look very different. Harry here looks very similar to the sable, almost timber wolves that you would find in this area, but Harry is not a true purebred wolf. He is a hybrid with a mix of Husky, Malamute, and German Shepherd, and all three of those mixes are in Sally as well. And so that is kind of what wolves would look like in this area, but depending on where else you go in the world, they can look very differently. Going to as small as the dingoes in Australia, but then even in North America, we have a lot of variation between what the wolves look like, because you go northern into the Arctic circles, you can find almost pure white Arctic colored wolves, but then in Yellowstone there is a high population of all black, almost melanistic wolves, and all of those are geographically kind of distinct and really help them in those areas. But Harry definitely feels most comfortable on stage, as you can see. But wolves and they are really social and interactive animals, but they play an extremely important role in the ecosystem. But for a long time, and even still now, wolves were really villainized by society. And part of that was because they like to eat a lot of the same things that we like to eat. And when people were growing up cattle and raising those cattle, the wolves were hunting those cattle. And for the longest time, we made an effort to hunt wolves out. And one of the biggest places that we had hunted wolves out was around Yellowstone, and it got to a point where there were no wolves in Yellowstone whatsoever due to this hunting. But they saw some changes. They saw a lot of changes in the ecosystem because the wolves were taken out. But it wasn't the immediate changes that you would expect. And part of the reason is because the food web and the ecosystem chain, and we're taking you guys back to 6th grade, 5th grade science right here, but it really is interconnected. And when you take away the wolf from this food chain, then there is no top predator to hunt the coyotes, the moose, the deer, and those populations raise. And as those populations gain, then they start grazing and eating a lot more grasses, and those grasses start to disappear. And once those grasses disappear, then you start to lose the mice and the smaller prey animals, and then you start to lose hawks and eagles and other predators. And so this food chain has a lot of effects. But one of the biggest effects that they had found is once those grazing animals that are just left, the deer, the moose, they start eating away those grasses, and that changes the ecosystem because there's not as much vegetation and roots in to keep those rivers flowing stable. And so they found that rivers were eroding and there was just a lot less vegetation. But once they introduced these wolves back into Yellowstone, it completely changed. And just in a matter of 15 years, the ecosystem fully changed. More forests were growing, the rivers were stable, there was a lot more vegetation. And all of that was because they introduced the apex predator back in, and there was a lot more balance into the ecosystem there. And while reintroducing, they did a lot of studies on these wolves, and they were able to find a lot more about how wolves interacted. And a lot of times we assume that there is one alpha wolf and it's just one that controlled the whole pack, but a lot of it has really been discredited, and we find that it is a top mating pair. So it's almost like your mom and your dad. if you want to refer to them as the alphas of the family, you can. But then and so they are. But it's very egalitarian and working things out with each other. But working as a group, having positions while hunting, and knowing exactly where to be at. Because hairy and wolves, they're not massive animals, but they're able to take down animals as big as moose and elk over 5 times their size because they work with each other and are able to have those positions set, and even taking down bison and other moose and all sorts of things. But they are not just strict carnivores. They have really, through these studies, they've also shown that through the seasons, they are eating a lot of vegetation as well. And in the peak season of blueberries, one study showed that almost 80% of their diet during that time was of vegetation, including these blueberries. And so they're a lot more omnivorous and opportunistic eaters than just what we assume them to be. But yeah, I feel like, I don't know if Steve, you want to take over? Yeah.
Yeah. So the whole pack of wolves, the whole group of wolves, actually take care of the young. Those were some trail cam videos of pack members. Oh, we lost it. Where'd it go? Taking prizes to the. Where did the? Nah, I can use this one. Oh, there we go. Darn, sorry. Those are members of one pack taking toys to that year's litter of babies, of pups. So these guys really work together as a big family unit. But we are talking about rescued animals today, and Harry was a rescued animal. He is a wolf hybrid. He is what they call a high-content wolf hybrid. He looks almost exactly like a wolf you'd see here in Michigan. Just in the eastern half of the UP in Michigan, the latest DNR survey was 763 or so. So there are lots of wolves in the upper peninsula and a few certainly in the lower peninsula. And yes, he did just pee on stage, and we're going to talk about that. Anyway, so what happened with Harry is a woman in Indiana bought him on Craigslist. Wolf hybrids are illegal in Michigan. They have been illegal for about 25 years, but they're legal in quite a few states. And this woman was a young mom with a couple of kids and thought she needed a wolf hybrid added to the mix. And so she went on Craigslist and bought Harry. She had Harry for a little while, then she decided to go visit a friend of hers up here in Michigan. And so as she was driving along from Indiana to through Oakland County, Michigan, Harry jumped out of the car. She panicked. She started calling animal control, trying to get help to recapture her wolf hybrid. And they were able to capture him, and Oakland County Animal Control gave Harry back to this woman, and she continued on her trip north. And then she was driving through Genesee County up toward Flint, and Harry jumped out of the car again. This time he was gone for weeks, and I don't know exactly how long, but he'd been gone for a while, and this woman ended up going back to Indiana. Well, one morning, a few weeks after she lost Harry, a woman in Genesee County is sitting at her backyard having her morning coffee, and a wolf goes running across her backyard. So what does any normal person do? They run into their fridge, grab a bunch of chicken and cheese, and run back out and go after the wolf. And she, as soon as Harry saw her, he dropped down onto his belly and started crawling on his belly toward her. He had been out in the wild for a few weeks at this point in time. He probably wasn't eating all that well. He was really scared and frightened. And he crawled up and was getting some nummies. And she used the chicken and cheese to lure him into her barn and to trap him in her barn. So Harry ends up at Genesee County Animal Control. This is Jay Parker, really nice guy. He's the head of Genesee Animal Control, and now he has this wolf hybrid. So he knows that none of you guys could have him as a pet because they're illegal in Michigan. So he starts calling Binder Park Zoo and Grand Rapids Zoo and Detroit Zoo and saying, hey, I got this really cool wolf hybrid. Would you like to have him at your zoo? And all of them said no, because technically he's a mudblood. You know, he's not a pure wolf, so they weren't interested in him. So Jay starts calling around to smaller places. Eventually he gets a hold of us, and he says, hey, would you like this really cool wolf hybrid? And we said no, because wolf hybrids can be saucy. There's a reason that Michigan outlawed these things. You don't often know what you get when you mix two animals together. Sometimes you get something that looks like a golden retriever, that has a high drive to kill big animals at night. Sometimes you get Harry, something that looks exactly like a wolf you'd see here in Michigan, but clearly has a golden retriever for a brain, right? And so you just don't know what you're going to get, and most people aren't equipped to handle these animals. And so we said no. Jay calls back a week or so later. We said no again. Jay calls back a third time and says, the clock is ticking. I can't adopt them. No zoos want them. I can't adopt them out in the state. We're going to have to euthanize. Will you please come up and see Harry? And we obviously know the end of that story. He is a really sweet guy. He looks easy, but it took us like a year just to get him to walk into the building and come up on stage. And we had to give him an emotional support dog because wolves are very shy and very nervous and very aloof animals. He has gotten to be really great on stage, but this was a lot of work and a lot of training that went into having this animal be comfortable on stage. So I want to talk a little bit about, I don't remember what this is. I guess we'll find out. Oh, this is Harry when we first came here. We didn't have Sally, and so I loaned Harry my dog as his emotional support dog. So that's my dog, Oliver, running around, and they're playing Chase Me. Harry needed a wolfy friend in order to feel comfortable, because wolves are quite aloof. But I want to get back to the slide. Where did we go? Sorry, this slide. I know Harry looks very dog-like, but let me tell you all the differences between him and a dog. First of all, you notice that Harry peed on stage. It is nearly impossible to housebreak a wolf or a wolf hybrid. They don't do that. They're not that compliant. Another difference between wolves and dogs is that wolves have a very intense stare, and dogs have these cute little puppy dog eyes. You know what? Dogs developed the ability to move they developed a muscle in the upper part of their forehead to lift up those eyebrows to give us that cute puppy dog expression. Another difference between dogs and wolves is that dogs expose the whites of their eyes, and that's because humans communicate a lot with the whites of our eyes. And so we tend to be more sympathetic to the ones with the cute little puppy dog eyes. And so anyway, so basically what's happened is that over time, sorry, I'm not explaining this really well. We had rearranged our program today, but wolves co-evolved alongside of humans to become what we call dogs today. And this started happening between 30 and 50,000 years ago when humans were largely a hunter-gatherer group of people. We lived in small groups, 10, 15, 20. We didn't occur in large numbers on the planet at all. We were kind of dispersed all over, but never in any large numbers. And we hunted things like mastodons. And it turns out when you kill a mastodon for dinner, you have leftovers. And so these wolves would hang out near human habitats, we think, in order to get some of the scraps, some of the leftovers from our kills. So we kind of see how the wolves benefited from this relationship. They got extra food. How did humans benefit from this relationship? Well, there are a couple ways that might have happened. First of all, you guys have got pathetic nocturnal vision. Seriously, you can't see well at night at all. Wolves are nocturnal. They can see well at night. Also, you guys have pathetic hearing relative to a wolf, and you have a super pathetic sense of smell relative to a wolf. And so it was kind of cool that we had these nocturnal animals that hung out near our camps and our caves because they're awake all night long, and when they saw or smelled or heard a cave bear in the area, or maybe a saber-toothed cat, they would do what wolves do, which is give an alert call. You know what an alert call for a wolf is? A bark. Wow, we liked those ones that were kind of extra barky, didn't we? Because they let us know when there were dangerous animals in the area. So we probably gave those extra barky wolves a few more treats. We also probably gave the barky wolves a few more treats that didn't bite us when we gave them those treats, right? And over time, we kind of selected for these friendlier and friendlier animals that served our purposes. And scientists also now think that maybe they even helped us hunt, because again, they got better hearing, better eyes, better sense of smell than we do. And so they kind of grew alongside of us and kind of domesticated themselves. And there was something really important that happened during this whole period called the agricultural revolution. That's kind of when we changed from being hunter-gatherers to settling down in villages, and our numbers really exploded. And these wolfy dog things were right alongside us when that happened. And one of the changes that there are genetically between the wolf and the dog is that Harry cannot digest grain. we can't feed him dog food. We can feed Sally dog food. We can't feed Harry dog food because he gets blowout diarrhea because he is genetically distinct from this animal. He rarely barks because that's only a distress call they make. Sally barks constantly. Harry doesn't play. He doesn't like play with toys. Sally plays with toys all the time. So play is another difference. The reproductive cycle is actually quite different. Wolves can reproduce once per year. Dogs can reproduce twice per year. So that's a pretty big difference. So there are quite a few differences. Obviously, housebreaking is a difference. Harry is also not very compliant. He works with us on a good day. Sally works for us, and that may sound like a small difference, but it's a huge difference between wolves and dogs. So I'm going to go into a lot more detail about behavior, but I think I'm going to do that off mic afterwards because you guys have been standing up here for a long time, and so we'll let you guys wander off, and I will stay up here and we will answer all the wolf questions you might have. Sally is going to go out into the hallway, and so if you have kids that want to touch a really ridiculously friendly dog, they will be welcome to pet Sally out in the aisleway. Anyway, so let me do one or two questions while Harry is making his way back to his enclosure. Any quick questions about wolves before I go off mic and just answer a bunch more questions? Yeah. Well, so wolves and dogs are obviously super closely related. They're so closely related that wolves, dogs, dingoes, and coyotes can all interbreed and have puppies, and those puppies can make babies. So we are splitting hairs. What you have at home, if you have a pet dog, is not that distant from a wolf. They are very closely related. Okay, I'm going to turn off the microphone. You guys have been sitting here for a long time. We have a really cool wild animal that will be on stage at 2 o'clock. So hopefully you'll join us for that presentation. Thanks for coming to the Creature Conservancy. We'll see you guys later. Thanks. Okay, guys. If you're going to gather around, we're going to meet one of my favorite animals. We are going to meet Joker. So I think I said something in the first program that about half the animals here were former exotic pets. That was true of the first 3 animals you saw. This animal is injured wildlife. So this is an animal that came to us from Walden's Puddle. It's a bird rehabilitation facility down in Tennessee. And we're going to meet Joker. And Joker is a black vulture. He looks a lot like the birds that we have flying around in our skies during the day here in the summers called turkey vultures. Black vultures are a little bit smaller. Their heads are black their entire lives, unlike turkey vultures, which start out with black heads and then ultimately get a red head. These guys have got about a 5-foot wingspan, whereas turkey vultures have about a 6-foot wingspan, so a little bit smaller. Joker here only has a 2.5-foot wingspan because he's got only one wing. So he is a really super cool guy, and he's one of my favorite animals here for a lot of different reasons. Vultures are really important. Hang on. Let's see why my slideshow is not working here. Let's see. Black vultures are found throughout most of South America and the lower parts of North America. You guys will see them down in Florida quite often. They do occasionally now come up here in Michigan. We've actually had black vultures on the site. So they are kind of migrating further and further north, and we see them in southern Michigan almost every year. There's the differences between them. Turkey vultures have got a lighter color underneath their wings, and they have a red head, whereas black vultures are mostly dark on the underside. Now these guys are raptors. These guys are birds that eat other animals. They're definitely predatory birds, but these guys are scavengers. They don't eat live food. They eat dead food, and they've got some really unique features. When we think about raptors, we think about hawks and owls and eagles, and we all know that vultures have bald heads. But if that was your parameter, you could even consider a turkey a raptor, because they will eat mice, and they also have bald heads. But vultures are quite different. They all are related to the terror birds, these large birds that roamed all over North and South America, much bigger than ostriches, and they were predatory birds that couldn't fly, that killed things. And they're called the terror birds. So all the raptors of today kind of descend from those very dinosaur-esque type terror birds. Now these guys eat dead food, but you know what? I'm an omnivore. I eat dead food too. It's just that they let theirs rot for a little bit longer before they eat those guys. You guys have all seen these scenes. When you see vultures in the skies up here doing that, that's called kettling. They're flying around on the thermals way up high, looking for food. They've got incredible vision, and when they see food, they can dive bomb at incredible speeds down to the ground once they've spotted food to start their meal. By the way, we just talked about those vultures flying in the sky, riding the thermals. We call that kettling. Does anybody know what you call a group of vultures that are standing around a carcass eating? It's called a wake. What do you call a group of people standing around a carcass eating? A wake. Yeah, anyway. Let's talk about how important these guys are in the environment. When animals die, they often are dying of diseases. Botulism, bubonic plague, salmonella, and vultures are like frontline recyclers in the environment. Just think about it. We often think about first responders and how important they are, the medical community, the firemen, things like that. But think about how important other jobs are, like sanitation workers, right? Things get pretty messy pretty quickly if we don't have sanitation workers doing things, right? Well, the vultures are kind of frontline responders. They're the sanitation workers in the environment. When vultures descend on a carcass, they eat it up and they get rid of it. And the faster that carcass gets gotten rid of, the more quickly that disease stops spreading. Because otherwise, these carcasses just be piling up in the environment, spreading botulism and bubonic plague and salmonella and rabies. So we need to be really thankful that these vultures are the kind of nature's cleanup crew. They're kind of like frontline recyclers. And in fact, they found that if carcasses are just sit around without vultures, it takes them 3 times longer for that carcass to disappear just with insects working on it than if vultures are involved. And when the way they're able to eat things like botulism, I don't know of any animal that can eat anthrax, it's because they have incredibly strong stomach acid. The stomach acid of this animal is 1 on the pH scale. That's super acidic. That's like pour acid on the sidewalk and have it eat right through. Alligators have really strong stomach acid too. That's 2. Neutral is 7 on the pH scale. I don't know of any animal that has as strong of stomach acid as vultures. So what they poop out is actually really quite clean. It's sterilized. That food's gone into a vat of acid, and the stuff that comes out the other end is non-toxic anymore. And that's really important in the environment. Now we do a lot of intelligence testing these days with animals. We're finding out lots of animals are getting way more intelligent than what we initially thought. We'll often do this experiment with parrots. We'll put something yummy on the end of the string, and parrots have a way of grabbing that string and pulling it up, and then grabbing it with their foot and holding onto it and pulling up the string again, and that's how they get treats. They tried the same experiment with vultures. The thing is that vultures don't have those really great feet for holding on to things. Things tend to fall off, and they end up dropping it. They can't readily hold on onto things with their feet like parrots can. Parrots have got the grabbing feet. But what these guys have learned to do is a little variation of that. They decided, we can actually just swallow the string, and maybe it's the next video. So, they can actually just swallow the string. Sorry, I'm clicker deficient here. And pull it up, and that's how they can get to the food, because they have a really hard time holding it with their feet. So we're finding out that vultures are much more intelligent than what we used to think. Now these guys also tool use in the wild. There's a vulture in Africa called the Egyptian vulture, which actually picks up rocks and breaks ostrich eggs. They don't have a strong enough beak to do it on their own. So there are lots of vultures that tool use in the wild in various different ways. So they're way more intelligent than what people think. Another interesting thing about vultures, and this is not known of any other bird species, is birds will often create associations with other animals. In Africa, you'll see birds sitting on the backs of warthogs and different types of cattle, eating the ticks and the bugs off of them. There are types of birds that pick between the teeth of crocodiles, pick out little leeches and things between the teeth of crocodiles. So you will see birds pair up with other animals. Wolves and crows work together, or wolves and ravens work together to go hunting. So it's another collaborative relationship between a bird species and a non-bird species. But the only known association that I've ever heard of between 2 different species of birds happens between the black vulture and the crested caracara. And scientists think they know what's going on. They develop these friendships, and they do mutual preening with these caracaras, and they develop these relationships. And the reason that they think the black vultures are doing that is that when there's danger afoot, that they see some threat in the area, vultures really don't have voices. They can kind of hiss, kind of grunt, but they don't have a really good way of alerting the rest of the members of their flock that there's danger afoot. But crested caracaras have got an obnoxiously loud voice. And so the crested caracara that lives in these groups of vultures sounds off, and that wakes up and warns all the other vultures that there's danger in the area. So it's kind of an unusual relationship between 2 bird species, and that's not documented very often in the wild. Let's talk about why they have bald heads. First of all, a lot of people don't generally like vultures, and one of the big reasons is they are kind of facially challenged. They got this featherless head. But I got news for you. If you can just visualize your favorite bird on the planet, I don't care if it's a beautiful cockatoo or a peacock or a ruby-throated hummingbird, if you pluck the head feathers off of that bird, it's going to be ugly. No birds are very pretty without being covered with feathers. They look kind of like this. But there's a reason why they have bald heads. And that's because, and vultures all over the world, all different kinds of vultures have bald heads, sometimes bald heads and necks. And that's because they're sticking their heads in some pretty disgusting stuff. They're reaching their head inside of carcasses, and they're getting carcass goobers all over their head. And if they had feathers on their head, it'd be really hard to clean their head. They can preen every feather in their body, but they can't preen their head and neck feathers very well. They can't reach them, and so they just gave up feathers in their head because then they can stay a lot cleaner that way. So that's why vultures do have bald heads. It just helps to keep them healthy. And after they eat something, a carcass like this, oftentimes what they will do is go take a bath to help clean themselves off. Another thing they do that's really important, you will often see vultures in this classic vulture pose. Now, you might think they're sunning themselves, and they may be warming up a little bit because it is really cold when you're sailing around way up at higher altitudes. But the main thing when a vulture is doing this that they're actually doing is they're using solar radiation to sterilize themselves. Turns out UV waves are great at desiccating viruses and killing bacteria. So when you see vultures doing what Joker is doing with one wing, he actually is keeping himself clean. He's sterilizing themselves, and they also do some mutual preening. Vultures, like many of the larger birds and a lot of the raptors and parrots, actually pair bond for life. So like swans, they typically pick one mate for life, and live their whole life with that bird. So these guys are very strongly pair bonded animals. Let's see. Let's talk about vultures and humans. In India, this happened a few years ago. They lost about 95% of the vulture population throughout the entire country. They had vultures flying around just like we do, a different species, and all of a sudden they lost 95% of their vultures. And they finally figured out what happened. Farmers started giving an antibiotic to their cows to treat various illnesses, but if those cows ultimately died and they had these antibiotics in them, the vultures would eat them, and those antibiotics were 100% lethal to vultures. And so all of a sudden India loses 95% of its vulture population, and they didn't really think about it too much for a few years, but about 5 years out they were realizing that people were also dying, and people were dying of diseases that they don't die of that often anymore, and they traced it back to the fact that there weren't vultures around getting rid of the carcasses. The diseases were staying in the environment longer, and people were encountering those diseases. And so vultures are really, really important to the health of the environment. Vultures do live in monogamous pairs. They typically lay 1 or 2 eggs at a time, and even though they got a bald face, they are pretty cute when they're babies. I think that one, it looks like a little penguin almost. It's quite cute. Anyway, but let's talk to you about how Joker came to be here and why he is literally one of my favorite animals on campus. One of the reasons I really, really like him is, unlike the wolves, I mean, it took a year or more just to get Harry on stage. We work year-round with Harper, the cougar, to make her comfortable and safe to work with on stage. So we put a lot of training into lots of animals. We have never trained Joker to do anything. We just open the crate, he runs up on top of the stage, he's happy here, he sits, he shows himself off, he's very calm, he preens, and at the end we'll kind of herd him back into his crate, and that's it. That's all we ever do with this bird. So he is such an easy keeper. Plus, really easy to feed. Scraps of everything else. You know, if the owls didn't finish their dinner last night, the vulture gets it. He can eat canned tuna fish, he can eat canned dog food, he can eat dry dog food, he will steal sloth food, leftover sloth food. They just eat anything. They're literal garbage disposals. But the main reason I think Joker is particularly special is that he's had 2 really horrible encounters with people, and he is just so chill with us. This is the most forgiving animal in the world. So he came to us, as I said, from Walden's Puddle, a rehab facility down in Tennessee. And what happened is he landed on power lines. These big birds will often do that. They're big. It's hard for them to go into a dense forest. They're big, and it's hard for them to have open, exposed branches big enough that they can land on. And so we build these nice vertical poles with these nice horizontal perches right on the top. top that are right out in the open. So big hawks, big eagles, vultures land on them, and if they happen to touch both poles of the electric line when they're coming in, they get electrocuted. So he was electrocuted, and his wing was so badly burned and damaged that they had to remove it. Now, there probably wasn't a human standing there at the moment he was electrocuted, so he probably didn't associate being electrocuted with a human. But think about it, he was then taken to a rehab facility, and every time they grabbed the bird to do surgery on it, every time they grabbed the bird post-surgery to give him medication, to give him antibiotics or whatever, he just kept thinking he was dying. It's like, oh, they grabbed me again, I'm dead. And of course these people were helping him, but he of course didn't understand that. So this probably went on for weeks. People were coming in and grabbing him and doing things that probably were uncomfortable for him. And yet he is so chill and so relaxed around people. So I think that's pretty amazing. But he was here for about a year, and it was time to do kind of a deeper dive, an annual physical. So we do veterinary care with these animals as needed, but once a year, needed or not, we do a deep dive. And we usually anesthetize these animals for this annual physical, because he might as well be asleep when we're trimming his nails and trimming his beak and drawing blood and taking x-rays. He can just check out for that. He doesn't need to be conscious during that time. It just makes it a lot safer and easier. So we knocked him out for his annual physical, and we drew blood, and we trimmed his beak, and we trimmed his nails, and we checked his body condition and gave him a good once over. And as part of that, we often do x-rays. So we took an x-ray of him, and he was shot. I don't know if you can see the bright white spot near the top of the screen just underneath the x-ray gloves that I was holding him down with, but there is a bullet, and the bullet is actually still there. So it was too close to other major organs and arteries that the vet didn't feel like they could remove that. So again, this guy's had two really horrible encounters with humans, but he's really chill. He's just preening himself. In fact, he likes the stage so much that we actually usually just leave him on stage between the 2 o'clock and the 3 o'clock program because he just likes to sit up here. So pretty amazing animals. Think a little bit, though, about his existence. Speaking of him as a wild animal, when Harper, a cougar, is hungry, they wake up, they stalk, they kill something, they eat. They get like an 80% kill rate, so they don't stress about this too much. You know, that's why cats are so chill. You know, they are so good at what they do. They don't spend much time doing it. So they wake up, they stalk, they kill, they stuff themselves, then they sleep for 3 days, and then they do it again. Wolves is a little bit different. Wolves need a whole group of their friends to kill something, and they make many, many attempts at killing something, and then they finally kill something. You guys, when you're hungry, you go to Meijer, you buy food, you cook it. In all these instances, you can make food happen. The cougar makes food happen. The wolf makes dinner happen, right? Think about that vulture. He has literally got to sit around and wait for something to die. Talk about food insecurity. They can't really make dinner happen, can they? They just have to wait around for something to die. That seems like a very challenging life. But again, we need to thank them for that. But it does have repercussions. It means when they do find a carcass, they stuff themselves. I mean, they stuff their crops so full of food. This little 2.5 pound bird can have like a pound of food in his crop because he doesn't know where his next meal is coming from, right? So he's going to cram it in there. They cram so much food into their crop when they actually do have dinner that they can't fly. Their tank is too loaded. You know what? What's the big deal? You've stuffed yourself at Thanksgiving dinner, and then you sat around on the couch and did nothing. So the vultures just sit around and do nothing for a while and do some digesting, right? Unless a coyote spots them. This is a pretty vulnerable situation. They can't fly. They don't have sharp beaks. I mean, it's not like their beaks aren't like a parrot's beak, a crushing beak. Their beak just, I mean, they can break your skin, but it's not that bad. They don't have killer talons like other birds of prey, and so they'd be easy pickings for that coyote. So if you're a vulture and you've just stuffed yourself to the hilt with all this rotting food, and you have a coyote chasing up after you, and you can't fly away, you've got to do something. So what do vultures do? They put their heads down, often off to one side, and they projectile vomit. They go, bleh! That stuff was disgusting when it went down. When it comes back up, it has reached mega disgusting, right? It is off-putting to that coyote, and it only has to be off-putting for a moment or two, because now he's jettisoned his cargo. He can fly. Flies up to a low branch of a nearby tree, turns around, looks back at that coyote. I choose to believe he chuckles in that moment, don't you? I'm just going to go with it. And that coyote is like disgusted by this whole affair. He might have this acid burning in his eyes, and eventually wanders off as a very disgruntled coyote. And so what does the vulture do? Yes. He does not know where his next meal is coming from, right? He is going to go back there and eat that stuff back up again, and each and every one of you should thank that bird for getting rid of that anthrax or that rabies virus. So these guys are incredibly important in the environment. So that's why I think Joker is so amazing. I don't really know the backstory about his name. He came to us with that name, and it was the year that that movie came out with the Joker, the Batman Joker movie. So we're assuming that's what happened. Does anybody have any questions about Joker? Anything you'd like to know about Joker? Yeah. I bet you nobody knows because we don't fund science as much as we should. So I have no idea what the G forces are of a vulture diving. Yeah, no clue. Any questions that I can answer? No? Okay, well, we're actually literally just going to let him hang out on stage. He is just so happy to just hang out here. The 3 o'clock program is actually just a repeat of this program. What we're trying to get you guys to do is show up for the 1 o'clock and the 2 o'clock, or come to the 2 o'clock or the 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock, so we can exchange the parking lot a little bit, because we sometimes run into some parking issues. So we'll repeat this program at 3 o'clock, and then we'll go back to the other set of animals at 4 o'clock. Next month, Danny the Clouded Leopard's on stage, and that's always a really fun animal. It's our boreal animal month, I believe. If you are an adult in this room and you like these programs, the first Friday of every month and the third Friday of every month, we do what's called First Fridays and Third Fridays. It's an adult-only program. It's the same animals that we're viewing all month long, whatever theme, but it's an adult-only audience. It's a longer presentation, just a little bit deeper dive in the information. So you might want to join those if you're an adult in the room. Thanks for coming. I'm going to turn off the mic and stand up here for a minute longer if you have any questions. Thanks. Excuse me. Okay, guys, let's meet one of my absolute favorite animals here. Let me back up the slides. Oh, we got a lot of slides. Okay, hi Joker. We've got a few vultures around here. We have 2 black vultures and a couple of turkey vultures as well. This is a black vulture. You find black vultures throughout the southeastern part of the United States and down throughout most of South America. We don't normally have black vultures up here in Michigan, at least historically, but they have been moving further and further north, and we pretty consistently see black vultures on this property every summer now. So they do seem to be trending a little bit further north. They do look an awful lot like the more familiar vultures, the turkey vultures. Turkey vultures got about a 6-foot wingspan. And adult turkey vultures have a red head. Black vultures have a 5-foot wingspan, and they maintain a black head throughout their entire life. But a young turkey vulture whose head hasn't blackened up or reddened up does look an awful lot like a black vulture. When they're flying, you can usually tell the difference because the underside of the turkey vultures have gray feathers, whereas the black vultures are basically mostly black. Also, these guys do sail around in the thermals, but they're not quite as good at it as turkey vultures. Turkeys can hang out up there for hours on end and never flap. Black vultures can soar, just not quite as well as the turkey vultures do. So in the big picture, these guys belong to raptors, and some of the reasons we call raptors literally mean thief. They steal lives of other animals. Most raptors have some sort of sharp beak, and most raptors have sharp claws. But the vultures are a little bit of a unique group within there because vultures actually don't have a very powerful beak. They don't have really sharp claws, and they do have the bald heads. Actually, this is a turkey eating a dead mouse, so it kind of looks vulture-esque, but it's not at all related to vultures. The current vultures that we have on the planet now are related to a big bird that lived in the U.S., a group of birds North and South America called the terror birds. They seemed a lot like velociraptors. They were these beaked killing machines that had sharp claws and powerful beaks, and they were the largest predator. I think they were the largest predator for a period of time in North and South America, and the only time that a bird species was the largest predator in a given area. So that's what in the big picture the raptors are all related to. These guys are scavengers. They prefer to eat their meat dead. Black vultures are a little bit anomalous in that they'll sometimes push things over the edge into the dead category. Farmers particularly don't like black vultures because in the spring when their cows are calving and their sheep are calving, sometimes a group of black vultures will gang up and kill baby animals. Most of the time they're in it for the placenta that comes out because that's a nice nutritious meal for them. But the black vultures are generally a little more aggressive and a little more forward about food than their cousins, the turkey vultures. You guys often see vultures flying in the skies around here. When you see a group of vultures kind of all spinning around in a circle riding a thermal, it's often because they're zoning in on some prey, zoning in on dinner. By the way, this formation is called kettling. When you see a group of vultures spiraling around in a circle, which we often see here in Michigan, we see it practically daily around here, that's called kettling. Once they land and start eating at the carcass, the group is given a different name. Does anybody know what you call a group of vultures standing around a carcass eating? I wouldn't expect you to know that. It's called a wake. Yeah. The young people in the room maybe not have heard of a wake, but back in the day, you used to wheel grandma into the parlor when she died and had a family meal, and you sat around a body talking and eating, and it was called a wake. And those were generally held in houses, but that's what you call a group of vultures standing around a carcass eating is called a wake. When they do zone in on something, they can pull their wings together and dive at incredible speeds. Not peregrine falcon speeds, but that vulture is descending pretty quickly to get that meal. Not quite sure why, because it's not like that dead animal's going to run away from him. But anyway, he was in a hurry because he's apparently quite hungry. So these guys do eat carcasses, and that is a really important thing. When we talk about humans that are particularly important to societies, we often talk about we talk about the emergency workers, we talk about firemen and women, we talk about the nurses and doctors. Those are kind of really important jobs in the human society. But there's another group of jobs that never kind of make it to that list, like sanitation workers. Yeah, think about how gross things would get if the garbage people and the plumbers weren't around helping us keep things clean. Well, you kind of need to think about vultures like that. They are kind of the sanitation workers, the frontline recyclers, the garbage disposals in the in the environment. And it's a really, really important role, because if these vultures weren't around eating up these carcasses, those carcasses would end up lying around for a lot longer. There was one study in areas where they have vultures and similar areas where they don't have vultures, and carcasses disappear about 3 to 4 weeks earlier when there are vultures present than when there are no vultures present. And what that means is those carcasses are sitting around for an extra 3 or 4 weeks, spewing whatever they have, botulism, bubonic plague, rabies. And it's really helpful if these birds are out there eating up those carcasses and getting rid of those those pathogens in the environment. Vultures are relatively intelligent. We're doing a lot more intelligence work with animals. Most all of you guys know that crows and ravens are really, really smart. Crows and ravens, by the way, are smarter than the dolphin whale family, the cetacean family. So birds can have some very smart animals. The corvids are known for being super smart. The psittacines, the parrots, are known for being super smart. But it turns out they're studying vultures and finding out they're actually quite crafty too. There's kind of this old experiment they do with parrots where they put a yummy treat on the end of a string, and parrots can't climb down the string. They're too heavy and too bulky. And so what they pretty quickly figure out is to pull up the string, grab it with their foot, reach down further, pull the string up some more, re-grab it, and pull the food up. That's actually quite a complicated operation, but most parrots can figure that out in relatively short order. They did that same experiment with vultures. They have a little bit of a problem because they don't have the dexterous feet that parrots do. They don't have those zygaldactyl feet, those that can hold on to things. They don't have really sharp claws like the parrots do. So they kind of get this whole concept, but they struggle. They kind of do a different take on it. After they fail a couple times that way, they just start gobbling the string, slurping it down the throat, kind of like spaghetti, getting the meat on the end, and then spitting up the string so they don't get a linear foreign body. So it's a different approach, but equally as good. So vultures seem to be actually quite intelligent. They were one of the first documented animals that they demonstrated tool use. So we tried to figure out what makes an animal intelligent or not. This is an Egyptian vulture. Not all vultures are black. Using rocks to break open an ostrich egg. So that is literal tool use. So vultures can be quite smart animals. Birds, it's really uncommon for birds to associate with other bird species. I know that seems weird. We see birds in flocks, but it's always flocks of the same kind of bird. Now, birds, for some reason, are pretty happy to hang out with us mammals. They've found out that ravens will lead wolves to carcasses. The ravens build relationships with wolf packs and lead them to carcasses so they can eat some of the scraps. So that's an association between wolves and ravens. There are bird species in Africa that pick the teeth of Nile crocodile, pick out parasites and things. So they oxpeckers are a big group of birds in Africa that clean all the parasites, the ticks and things off of warthogs and wildebeest and things like that. So you very frequently see birds, mongooses and birds, the hornbill that we have out in the Isle, they have an association with mongooses and they hunt together. So you see birds and mammals and reptiles working together, but you rarely see bird and birds working together. And this is one incident between the black vulture and the crested caracara. This is a bird, that's the national bird of Mexico, I believe, the caracara. It's a kind of a scavenger, but also kills things kind of bird. And black vultures will adopt caracaras, and they will exhibit mutual grooming. And for a long time they kept wondering, why do these black vultures not hang out with any other bird except for they'll adopt a caracara or two into their flock. And they finally figured it out. Black vultures, like most vultures, are voiceless. They don't have sound boxes. They can't scream like parrots can. They can't scream like eagles and caracara can. They can make a hiss grunt, but that's not a sound that carries very far. So what they figured out is that these black vultures living in a group, if they adopt a caracara and the caracara sees danger, it will scream. And then all the black vultures are alerted in that group to the fact there's danger around. So they're kind of using them like guard dogs. I guess they keep a pet caracara around as an alarm dog kind of an animal. Now, vultures are not beloved birds. When people think of their favorite birds in the world, vultures don't make the top of the list most of the time, right? I have to say Joker is one of my absolute most favorite animals on campus, but we'll talk about that later. But vultures are, facially challenged. But I got news for you. I want you to think about what you think is the most beautiful bird in the world, whether it's a swan, a colorful parrot, a hummingbird, a cockatoo, a penguin. It doesn't matter. Think about the most beautiful bird you can think about, and then pluck all of its head feathers off. It's going to be facially challenged too. There are many birds that are very cute underneath underneath those feathers. But it's really important that they don't have feathers there, and that has to do with their lifestyle. You guys all know vultures are scavengers. Vultures are different groups of vultures around the planet, and they all have bald heads and necks. And there's a reason for that. They're sticking their heads inside carcasses all the time. And if you made your living sticking your head inside of carcasses and you were getting carcass goobers all over your head feathers, that would be a nightmare to try to keep clean. Just nix the feathers. Go with the bald look, because that's a lot easier to get those meat scraps off the top of your head. You can scratch those off. Birds can preen pretty much every feather in their body from their chest down. They can't get their head and their neck by themselves anyway. So having bald heads helps to keep them healthier and cleaner. After they eat, they often will take baths to again try to get rid of the nasty germs that they may have exposed themselves or likely exposed themselves to while they're eating. Joker often takes baths before he comes out on stage. I think he's trying to look his best for you guys. He often comes out to the first program wet. Anyway, so they do try to stay very clean and healthy. And this is a classic position you often see vultures in. And most of you guys, when you see that, well, you think Halloween, but when you wonder what they're doing, you're thinking they're sunning themselves. Maybe it's because they sail up on those high altitudes where it's really cold and they're trying to warm their bodies up. It may warm them up a little bit, but these guys live in Florida. It's not like you need to warm up there. And so what they're actually doing, when you see vultures in this position, and often Joker will do it with his one wing out there, what they're doing is they're sterilizing themselves. They're literally using solar radiation to sterilize themselves after they've been, getting food out of a carcass. It turns out the UV waves are great ways to desiccate viruses and destroy bacteria. In fact, humans use UV waves to do the same thing. Old-time barbershops, they used to have these little lights, these little boxes with the UV light, and they would keep the hair combs and things in there and the scissors to keep lice from going from one person to another. Well, during COVID, people started buying those things up all over the place because UV radiation is great at sterilizing things. So vultures are sterilizing themselves, and again, that's because they're exposing themselves to all sorts of crazy things. They also do mutual preening of their neck and heads to also keep themselves clean. It's really important to keep themselves clean because they're exposing themselves to some of the most toxic substances in the world. This is the only animal that I know of that can eat anthrax. I mean, that's crazy. One of the reasons they can do that, they can literally rabies, salmonella, botulism, bubonic plague, anthrax, none of that affects them because they have the strongest stomach acid of any animal I've ever heard of. Their stomach acid is 1 on the pH scale. 7 is neutral. Alligators have really strong stomach acid. That's 2, but I know of no animal with as strong a stomach acid as that. So when a vulture is eating a carcass, he's immersing that food in a vat of acid, and that's one of the ways they deal with all the nasty diseases they're exposing themselves to, is by sunning themselves, using UV radiation, by being bald, and mostly by having just seriously acidic stomachs. Now, vultures are really important to the environment, and they help get rid of carcasses, and it turns out that can have human impact. In India, a few years ago, they had a massive die-off of their vultures. They lost 95% of their vultures throughout mostly that whole continent area around India, and that's because they started using an antibiotic in their cattle, and if the cattle died anyway, and the vultures ate those cattle who had been given this antibiotic, that antibiotic was 100% lethal. You have to remember that antibiotics kill things, right? We think of antibiotics as good. It's like, they kill things. That's what antibiotics do. Kill bacteria mostly, obviously, but they're toxic substances. So they lost virtually all of their vultures in the Indian subcontinent, and then they started to see human implications. They estimate that about 500,000 people more died after the vultures disappeared, because humans were now contracting diseases that they weren't getting exposed to as often before, when the vultures were getting rid of all this stuff. So again, we really need to be thankful about what these guys do in the environment. These guys generally lay just 1 or 2 eggs, and they are pair bond monogamously for life in the wild. They normally just have one mate for their entire lives. Maybe adult vultures aren't so cute, but that little baby vulture, that's a baby black vulture, does look an awful lot like a Muppet. It's very, very cute. Anyway, but let's talk about jokers specifically. This is Rescue Animal Month. The next program is going to have 3 rescued animals that were all former pets. About 50% of the animals you see here on campus are somebody else's mistakes, and we're going to meet 3 of those at the 4 o'clock program. So that makes up half the animals here at the Conservancy. About 10% more fall into Joker's category. These are wild animals who are injured and are non-releasable. Obviously, he can't live in the wild because he's only got 1 wing. And he came to us from Walden's Puddle. It was a bird rescue and rehab center in Tennessee, and we were told that he landed on a power line, which often these big birds of prey will do. I mean, 5-foot wingspan, turkey vultures 6-foot wingspan, eagles 6-foot wingspan. It's hard to land an animal with that big a wingspan in the dense forest. They like to have some exposed area to land, a dead tree, classic vulture sitting on a dead tree kind of thing, but also power lines. We humans build these perfectly straight sticks with a nice horizontal perch on the top out in the open. Super easy for these birds to land on. Well, these birds are so big that if their wingtips happen to touch both poles, they get electrocuted. It happens lots to eagles and vultures in particular. So his wing got fried. And it was too badly damaged to be fixed, so they had to amputate his wing. And one of the reasons why I think Joker is such a cool guy, and we love using him in programs, actually 2 reasons. One, oh my God, he is so not any work at all. Most of our animals, if you stick around, you see the wolf on stage, you see the cougar on stage, the leopards on stage next month. Tons of training, tons of work, lots of sophisticated work that we do to make these programs possible. With Joker, we open up the crate and he runs in it. We bring the crate to stage, we open up the crate, he runs up on stage, he stands up here, he's relaxed, he's chilled, he grooms himself, and then we kind of shoo him back toward his crate, and he goes in his crate and he goes away. Like no training at all practically. So that's a really nice feature about him. But also what I think is really amazing is how resilient he is. He has had 2 really horrible exposures to humans, and look how chill he is, how relaxed. This is the most forgiving animal on campus, and he has no reason to forgive us. First of all, when he landed on the power line, there probably wasn't a person standing next there. He probably doesn't associate that event with humans. But when he was taken to the rehab center, these people were grabbing him because they had to, anesthetizing him, doing surgery on him, and then every day thereafter, probably bandage changes and antibiotics and tube feeding. And every time he got grabbed by those really nice people, the veterinarians and people that were caring for him, he thought he was going to die. And this went on for weeks of intensive care through this process, and he didn't understand that he wasn't going to be killed every time he was grabbed by these people who were trying to help him. So that was not a fun experience for him. So anyway, he came from Walden's Puddle up to here, and we had him for about a year, and it was time to do an annual physical. We do medical care as needed, of course, anytime it's needed, but once a year anyway, we do a deep dive. And so it was time for his annual physical, and normally when we do those, it's less stressful in these wild animals to just knock them out. So we anesthetized them, and we drew blood, and we did his annual vaccines, and we trimmed his beak and trimmed his nails and microchipped if that hadn't already been done. So we kind of do this kind of deep dive every year. And one of the things we often do is an x-ray. Just take an x-ray. We're looking for tumors. We're looking for whatever might be brewing inside the animal. And so we took an x-ray of Joker and found out prior to him getting electrocuted, he had been shot. That's a bullet up in his basically his shoulder area, that white spot up near the top of his the top of the bird. So again, that situation he probably associated with people as well. But in spite of having pretty bad interactions with humans, he is such a delight to work with, and I think that's why we really appreciate him here at the Creature Conservancy. And we also need to appreciate them as a species. I mean, just the sanitation work that they do is really important. But I do want you to think about what a hard life they live just to keep our streets clean of carcasses. If, for instance, a cougar is hungry, they wake up, they stalk, they kill. They got like 85% kill rate. So cats don't work that hard. They're just so good at what they do. They wake up, they kill, they gorge, they sleep. That's kind of a cat's life. That's why our house cat is the way it is. They're just so good at what they do. But they can make dinner happen, right? Wolves are not as good as cats. Cats have got 5 mouths. Wolves have got their mouth, right? But cats have got, the murder mittens, right? They got lots more weaponry. But a wolf has to get a group of his buddies together. They go out hunting. They make lots of attempts. And eventually they get lucky and they kill something and they eat. Again, they can make dinner happen just with a few extra tries. You guys get hungry. You go to Meijer. You buy some food. You take it home. You cook it. You make dinner happen. In all cases, most animals make dinner happen. Think about vultures. They can't make dinner happen. Talk about food insecurity. They are literally sitting around waiting for something to die. Gosh, that sounds terrible. That's a great job they're doing for us. And it's terrible food insecurity. Makes me like them even more. It does have an effect, though. What it does mean is that when a vulture does get a carcass, it's going to gorge themselves. Why? Food insecurity. Don't know when the next carcass is going to become available, right? So they will sometimes eat so much food that they're temporarily grounded. They filled up the cargo hold too much, and they're grounded. I mean, this bird only weighs about 2 pounds, and it can pack almost a pound of food into into their crop, and so they get so heavy they can't fly. What does that matter? You guys have probably had Thanksgiving dinner. You overdid it. You sat on the couch and did nothing for a few hours, right? What's the problem? Well, the problem is what if a coyote spots him in this condition? This is a raptor, but it's not an eagle. It doesn't have a sharp, powerful beak. It does not have killing talons like hawks and eagles do. And it's got a coyote bearing down on him. How's he going to protect himself on the ground and he can't fly? He's going to put his head down. He's going to lower his head as that coyote is coming. Often we'll put it off to the side and go, blah! Projectile vomit. This is great. There's 2 reasons why this is great. First of all, that stuff was disgusting going down the gullet. It has reached mega disgusting coming back up, right? And it is off-putting to that coyote. It only needs to be off-putting to that coyote for a moment or two, because now he's jettisoned his cargo, right? And he's got liftoff again. Flies up to a low branch of a nearby tree, turns around. I choose to believe they chuckle a little bit as they look back at that coyote, that disgruntled, dejected coyote, who ultimately wanders off. And you know what the vulture then does next? You bet he's going to fly back down to that pile of vomit and eat it. Of course he's going to do that. Food insecurity, people. He does not know where his next meal is coming from. And you guys should be thanking that puppy for doing that, because he's keeping our environment clean. These guys are really, really important to the environment and keeping the overall environment healthy. So anyway, do you guys have questions about vultures? Anything you want to know about vultures or Joker in particular? No, he's very much a delight to have around, because not only is he so cool, so relaxed, so easy to work with, but they are literal garbage disposals. If we have leftover salmon that the eagles didn't eat, or leftover rats the owls didn't eat, even leftover sloth food, they just eat anything. And so literally we can just feed them just about anything. So they really are pretty amazing animals. Our next program is at 4 o'clock. It's back here on the Stone Stage, and that will have 3 super cool rescued former pets. So hopefully we'll see you back up here at 4 o'clock. Thanks for coming to the Creature Conservancy. See you guys later. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Creature Conservancy. We're so happy to have you here for our 4 p.m. program. Raise your hand if it's your first time here at the Creature Conservancy. Yay! We'd love to see new faces. Raise your hand if you've been here before. Awesome. We love to see familiar faces as well. Today, or this month, is the last weekend for Rescued Animals Month. So you are going to see some animals on stage. You're going to hear about their rescue stories. Most of the animals here at the Creature Conservancy are previous pets. A lot of them are rescues. We have a new set of animals every month here at the Creature Conservancy, so make sure you come back next month for our Boreal Animals Month. You will see one of our clouded leopards, one of our chameleons, our carpet python, and one of our sloths on stage, all animals that love being up in the trees. And if you have a really good time today, you may want to think about getting a membership. Purchasing a membership will allow you to have free access to open hours and first and third Fridays, which provide you with a special look at the animals, adult-only events. It also gives you discounts in the gift shop and discounts on our special events. You also get advance notice for our special events. So if you want to purchase a membership today, you can get your fee for today refunded in the gift shop. We also have some special events coming up, including one of our very popular yoga events. We have snake yoga on June 4th. There might be a couple spots left, so definitely check that out on our website. And please come to our 21 plus Born This Way event in June. It's a celebration of the LGBTQ plus community. There will be a queer creature feature and then also human local queer performers. We also have a few spots left for our summer camps, 1st through 9th grade. If you have kiddos, they may be interested. We're also looking for donations for our summer camps. So you can check out our Amazon wish list. If you want to donate, please check out our website. And we also recently launched our Adopt a Creature program. If you want to directly sponsor the care and enrichment of one of our animals, you can do so. There are different tiers, starting from a signed letter from a zookeeper all the way up to a lifetime membership. And finally, please follow us on social media. We love sharing cute posts. And please send us the pictures that you take. We're running around all the time during programs, so we don't always have the opportunity to take amazing pictures like you do. Now I'm going to turn it over to Xavier to talk about our first rescued animal.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Madeline. So the first animal that we are going to be meeting is a really cool species of reptile. And this species of reptile is coming from the southeastern parts of Asia. And it is a very unique species, mainly because of its size. And this is actually the longest species of snake on the planet. Now, we're not meeting the heaviest snake. That goes to the anaconda. They're a much heavier bodied snake, but the reticulated python that we're meeting today is the longest species of snake. But the individual we're meeting, Aries, he's a boy, and the boys don't get quite as big as the females, but this one right here is still impressive at nearly 12 to almost 13 feet long, but the boys can get close to 16 feet, almost about the size of Cuddles, our other male reticulated python in the barn over there, if you guys have seen him. But it's like I was saying earlier, it's the girls that get about twice the size of the snake that you're seeing on stage. The females can get well over 20 feet long. Just recently this year, the record was broken for the longest individual caught in the wild at just over 23 feet long. But then in captivity, the longest official record was over 24 feet. And this individual, Fluffy, was kept at the Columbus Zoo, was well over 24 feet, over 300 pounds, and a massive individual. But the reticulated pythons are a little bit too big for us to carry around our audience, and so we do have a smaller, more portable species of python that Lisa is carrying around. So if you guys do want to see what a python feels like, you guys can gently take 2 fingers and touch towards the tail of the snake, and she will make it through all 3 rows, so you guys are good to stay where you're seated. But like I was saying, these snakes are massive, and they're native to the jungle jungles of the southeastern Asian rainforests, and a lot of big snakes spend most of their times on the ground, kind of hunting ground animals. But reticulated pythons are not only unique for their size, getting incredibly long, but they are incredibly adapted to life in the rainforest. They will spend a lot of their time on the ground, but you see he's very comfortable in the trees. They will go move in the trees. They're amazing swimmers and have colonized many of the islands of Indonesia, hundreds of kilometers away from the mainland, and so they're amazingly adapted to the vastly different terrains of that area. But this allows them to be amazing hunters and predators. But they're not venomous like some species of snakes, but they're constrictors. And that massive size allows them to eat massive prey animals as well, species of deer, species of pig and boar, but they're also the only species of snake on the planet really recorded to actually hunt and kill and swallow humans. And so people in their native ranges definitely fear these snakes and respect these snakes, but here in the United States, they're actively kept as pets, and they're actually one of the more popular species of pet snakes in the reptile pet trade. And all those facts I just gave you doesn't really lead to being a good pet. But a lot of reptile keepers, definitely not every reptile keeper, will get their pets or get their reptiles not because they're good pets, but more so for bragging rights. People want to be able to brag that they have an American alligator, or people want to brag that they have the world's longest species of snake. And it's easy to do that when you're buying a baby and you're caring for them the first couple years, but they grow incredibly fast. And like I was saying, they're incredibly agile, and they will be agile through your house, and because these guys are built for the rainforest. But this video that we have showcases their agility and their abilities to go throughout the forests. But it may give some of you guys nightmares, but you can see just how well they can scale those trees. But it also showcases the strength in their body and the muscles along their body that allow them to hold themselves up, hoist the rest of their long bodies up those trees, and almost inchworm themselves up that tree, getting a better position to hunt different primates or birds or other mammals in the canopy. And so a lot of times people will get them as babies, and then they have a 15-foot snake that can do that going through their house and realize that it was a mistake. And that's exactly how we found Aries here. But I wasn't on the scene of the rescue for Aries. It was actually Steve who got called to that, and he can tell that story a bit better than I can.
Yeah, so we get lots of interesting phone calls here at the Creature Conservancy, and we had a call from the Macomb County Animal Control saying that this woman had a couple of snakes, and that they needed to be removed from the household for a variety of reasons. And would we do two things for them? First, would we come help them remove these snakes? They do dogs and cats. They don't do big pythons. And second, would we keep them once they're removed because they don't have facilities, the dog animal control area. And we happen to have space for another reticulated python at that point in time. So we agreed to help. I should have asked more questions, though, because when I showed up at the animal control office, we met the staff, and then we followed them to this residence. And it was a very normal-looking neighborhood. I just couldn't describe how just plain normal it looked relative to the horror that we were about to walk into. When we pulled up and parked, the animal control people got out of their vehicles, and they all started putting hazmat suits on. I wonder what that was all about. We took a mask anyway, and then we walked in the house, and I understood the hazmat suits. Keep in mind that I just took some quick phone pictures. I wasn't expecting to talk about this years later. But the house, when you walked into it, you got hit hit with really strong ammonia smell the second the door was open, because there were literally hundreds of rats. They estimate between 400 and 500 rats just kind of roaming free all over the house. They were crawling up and down the stairs, over the buckets, all across the ground. I thought they had salt and pepper colored carpeting, but no, it was beige carpeting peppered by rat poop all over the place. It was just, you could hardly even breathe in there. It was so awful. And so we had to go collect up these snakes. So I walked up those very stairs, stepped over the rats. They were quite bold, and went up to the second floor where we found Aries in a tank. Aries was smaller, but was still about 7 feet long, and he was living in a 20-gallon aquarium, about this long, about yay wide, yay tall. You can see it in the lower right-hand enclosure, or lower right-hand picture there. And what was odd about that is the bulk of this very undersized enclosure that he was kept in was filled up mostly with bricks. So not only could he never stretch out, but even most of the space in that tank was filled up with bricks. I didn't really understand why that was the case. I do understand why it was wrapped in chains like it is, and that's because the snake was living in this room. He had just rats running around all over the place, and I'm sure he wanted to get to them. It kind of almost was like snake torture, because he had all this dinner running running right over the top of his enclosure that he couldn't get to. We're not anti exotic animals pets, or anti-snake as pet. Corn snakes are wonderful little pets. Ball pythons are pretty good pets, but these big constrictors can be quite a handful to deal with, and reticulated pythons have a reputation for being kind of saucy. And yes, this is the entertainment portion of our program. There we go. This is zookeeper gymnastics. Anyway, so if you're thinking about getting a pet snake, I wouldn't get a reticulated python. I wouldn't even get a Burmese python. You definitely want to go a lot smaller. And with a lot of the reptiles, you got to be careful how long they live. You guys all walked past Morty. Morty's a little box turtle where those succulents are. Morty lived with the family for 75 years, several generations of a family. They couldn't find another generation to take Morty, and he might have another 25 years left. So you have to kind of be thinking about longevity with some of these reptiles, and even some of the big parrots as well. Xavier is our reptile keeper, so I'm going to let him answer questions about these guys.
All right. Well, any questions about Aries or reticulated pythons? In captivity, they can live around 25 years, give or take, and we don't know Aries' exact age. We think he was pretty young with his size, but our best guesses would be he's currently around like 8 years old, 9 years old, but he could be older and just have a stunted growth, and because that happens with reptiles as well. But yeah, I guess we will be meeting our next animal, which is very, very popular. Parents might not recognize this animal immediately, but the kids will definitely know what it is, because these animals have become very, very popular in pop culture, whether it's their introduction into Minecraft or the mini stuffed animals that are going around, and we do carry in our gift shop, or just their presence in pop culture through social media and the memes, but they definitely have a big presence. But these animals are not big by any means. Confetti and Splash are two axolotls on stage. They are fully grown, but they're only maybe 7 inches long, not very big. But thankfully we do have good cameras that will give you a pretty good, really good look at these creatures. But even getting that look at them, you guys may still be wondering, what is that thing? Because it looks like something out of a sci-fi movie, a character out of Star Wars, but in reality, it is a species of salamander. but it doesn't really look like the salamanders that we have around the area. It's mostly, but salamanders are just like frogs and toads. They're amphibians, and just like frogs and toads, they start off looking very different from their adult form. And so this is essentially the tadpole version of a salamander. But most salamanders only stay in this version for a few months to sometimes over a year. Those weird things coming off of their head are their gills. They have external gills that allow them to breathe underwater. And when they go through that metamorphosis, most of them will lose those gills, flatten out their tails, and then spend the rest of their life on land. But where axolotls are native to, they are missing something important. They're missing a chemical called iodine, and iodine is necessary for metamorphosis. And so this puts the axolotls in a tough position because they can't go through the metamorphosis and mature and reproduce and further their species, but that's okay. The axolotls have figured out a way to pretty much stay a kid their entire life. They can stay in this juvenile form. They don't got to worry about taxes, about debt, about any of that boring adult stuff. But they've also figured out how to mature and reproduce without doing the metamorphosis. So they can stay in this juvenile form, and it gives them that fountain of youth. But it's not just the fountain of youth that this species has unlocked, staying in that juvenile form their entire life. They've also unlocked some superpowers with that as well, and it's the ability to regenerate parts of their body. And you guys may have heard about lizards regrowing their tails, and that may not all sound that special to you because, but axolotls, they certainly can regrow their tail if a predator bites it off, but these guys can also regrow a full arm or a leg, and it doesn't stop there. They can regrow important organs as well, like their kidneys and their spleens. They can regrow that, but also their stomachs, their lung, their heart, their brain, their spine. Just about every single organ in this axolotl, if they lose part of it, they can regrow it to its full size. And that is very helpful for the species, getting them out of some really tough situations with predators. But when scientists hear about an animal that can do that, their first question is, how do we apply that to humans? And the scientists have been studying axolotls for decades and decades, trying to figure out how to apply that to us, but we haven't quite figured out how to regenerate our hearts or lungs yet. And part of the reason is because these tiny little animals right here, even though they're about 7 inches long, their DNA and their genomes are 10 times the size of ours. And so scientists haven't been able to pinpoint what exactly is causing that. But through those decades of studying them, they've been able to get some closer clues to finding out how they're regenerating. And one of that is through a protein that has been introduced to captive axolotls, and it allows them to glow in the dark underneath a black light. And so you can see it a little more on the leucistic or the white one, but they will glow that neon vibrant yellow color and underneath a UV light. And this allows scientists to actually look inside the axolotl, seeing how their internal parts, the process at which they're growing back. But again, this is not something that is naturally found in wild axolotls, but has been introduced into them over time. But it is something that's naturally found in jellyfish and other sea creatures. But we do have a video showcasing just how their arms regrow. And this video is sped up, but you can see the process at which they regrow. And on a young axolotl like the one in the video, this process may happen in just a matter of a couple days. And so it happens extremely fast. It does slow down as they age, but still the regeneration rate is a lot faster than other species of animals that still have that ability. But these guys are incredibly special. But Confetti and Splash, the two sisters we have on stage, they are rescues like every other animal we're presenting on today. But they have a pretty unique rescue story because they came from just your typical family just outside of Lansing that had a boy and a girl axolotl. And after a couple years, they came across some eggs, as you would. And this family thought it would be fun to raise up a couple more axolotls with their kids. They can get the whole family involved. And when they came across the eggs, they didn't find just 1 or 2 eggs, because axolotls don't just lay 1 or 2 eggs. They lay about 1,000 eggs at a time. But that didn't stop this family, because this family did their research, and the research they found showed that less than 1% of those axolotl eggs will make it to adulthood. So if they start off with 1,000, they would be winding down with maybe like 5 to 10 axolotls, and they could manage that. But what they failed to realize is those numbers are for axolotls in the wild. When you have predators, you have scarcity of resources, and all those other factors. But this family was actually pretty successful with raising axolotls. So what they thought would wean down to a couple axolotls, weaned down to several hundred axolotls. And this is just one small room in their basement. Their basement was covered floor to ceiling with deli cups of individual axolotls. And you may be questioning, well, why do you have to keep them in deli cups? Why can't you just get one big aquarium and keep them all together? But when axolotls are young, their appetites are so voracious that they are cannibals. Brothers will eat sisters, sisters will eat brothers, and you cannot keep young axolotls together because they will definitely eat each other. And so you have to keep them separate, but that doesn't slow down their appetites. You still have to feed them a lot. So this family who just wanted a couple more axolotls was now spending about $80 a day on worms to feed these axolotls. But when you're feeding them that much food, they're going to be pooping a lot. So you can't keep them in this water the entire time. So you have to change that out. So they were also not only spending $80 a day on worms, but spending about 5 hours a night doing water changes on these several hundred axolotls. And so this family who just wanted a couple more axolotls has now really changed up their whole life plan and pulling their hair out, and they started to reach out to facilities like us who can take in some more axolotls, and we were able to take in a few of them. But as axolotls grow, they get big, and you can't keep them in something like this their entire life. These guys live in big 100-gallon aquariums in very climate-controlled environments because they're very sensitive to temperature changes, but they do grow out of their cannibalistic phases sometimes, because these guys have a sister named Squishy, and Squishy has to live all by herself because she has never grown out of that. She still tries to eat her siblings, her friends, any axolotl she comes near, so she has to stay by herself. But they are truly fascinating animals, and really one that deserves the appreciation they are getting, but definitely not one to just go breeding on a whim, or just even getting as a pet without doing a lot of research, because they are more like an aquarium fish with very specific conditions than most other amphibians. But do you guys have any questions about the axolotls? Yeah. Do they what? Oh, can they regrow every single thing on them? Yeah, so they would be able to regrow just about every single body part as long as they have a little bit of that. They can't regrow something from scratch. Like if they lost their entire heart, he wouldn't be able to grow. But if he had part of his heart, he can regrow it. Well, awesome. So our next animal that we are going to be meeting is also a really popular animal. This one you guys definitely know. They have a lot of fables and folklore about them, a lot of myths and legends. Some people have very good opinions, and then for a long time people had very negative opinions about this next animal. But they are going to be making their way out out and are truly one of our favorites here. A lot of the guests love when they come out on stage because they have a lot of energy. But we're going to be meeting one of our wolf hybrids, Harry, and these Harry will be coming out with Sally, and Sally will look a lot like Harry, but Sally is just a typical dog. So this is Sally coming out first, and then Harry just behind him. But these guys are the big bad wolf. But so they have a lot of folklore around them, and that's just because they have been one of the apex predators in a lot of human ranges. But wolves come in a lot of different colorations, and that's because wolves kind of span all throughout the globe. You can find wolves in North America, Europe, Asia, even in Australia. Dingoes have now been classified as a subspecies of wolf, but yeah. So this is the big bad wolf that they talk about. But they, like I said, they come in a lot of different colorations, really depending on where you find them at in the world. Harry here is very typical of what you would find in the Midwest, in the Midwest, and like the typical sable-colored, your typical timber wolf type. But then if you go way north into the Arctic Circle, they can be pure white to blend in with that snow. But then even in the Yellowstone area, a lot of their wolves have a high population with all black coloration, that melanistic, and so their colors really vary depending on their geographical locations. But that is a good distinguishing factor on kind of where that wolf or subspecies of wolf would be from, based on their coloration. And even in the same areas, you will produce different colored wolves, similar to a lot of really different species of animals. But for the longest time, wolves have had a really bad reputation on them, and a lot of that is to do with us eating a lot of the same things that wolves like to eat. And when we started growing up and raising up cattle and sheep and a lot of the livestock, wolves started hunting on those. And when they started encroaching on the farmers, it was almost open season for hunting with wolves. And it got to a point where wolves were almost exterminated from many parts of the US. And for the longest time, there wasn't a second thought about that. The wolves were gone and the farmers were happy, but then they started to notice a lot of changes in the ecosystem, and not the ones that they would have typically expected. And a lot of that is to do with the classic food web, because everything is very connected, and once you take out the main predator, the apex predator, then you have populations of your deer and your moose and your other grazing animals that don't have that predator checking them. But then your secondary predators, like your coyotes, are able to grow and go unchecked. And after that, you lose some of those secondary predators. The grazing population grows, and your foliage, your grasses, they start depleting. And then you are left with just the grazing animals, and there's no predators to really check those, and a lot of the vegetation gets eaten down, and the rivers start eroding, and they stop flowing the ways they naturally would, and you're left with a really barren area, which used to produce a lot of foliage, a lot of life, is now barren. But around in the early 2000s in Yellowstone, they introduced wolves into Yellowstone, and just within 15 years, the introduction of the wolves had immediately brought back a lot of that vegetation. And that's because there's now a predator to control the deer and the moose populations, and the grazing levels really cut down, and the ecosystems drastically go from barren to full and lush just in under 2 decades, just with the control of an apex predator like that. And so scientists recent years have really seen the impact of apex predators like wolves in these areas. But I can pass things over to Steve to talk more about the in-depth parts of Harry's rescue, but then also just the other intricacies about wolves and dogs.
So when they reintroduced wolves back into Yellowstone, that gave us a great opportunity to study wolves. They put a lot of radio collars on them, and we learned a lot of things about wolves that we didn't really realize before. We of course know that they hunt big things, things like elk, things like bison, even moose. They all work together to take down big prey, but they also eat things like blueberries. In fact, up to 80% of the diet of wolves in Minnesota, where there are lots of blueberries in the late summer, is actually blueberries. Harry actually doesn't like blueberries like our other wolves as much. He pushes them off to the side, but most wolves do like to eat blueberries. And in fact, Harry is a really good example of what we have in the northern part of Michigan. We don't think about Michigan as being a wolfy state, but just in the eastern half of the UP, the last DNR count was like 763. So we're talking a lot of wolves. That's just in the eastern half of the UP. They are in the lower peninsula in much, much smaller numbers, and certainly in the western part of the UP. And Harry looks exactly like a Michigan wolf in terms of size and color. He's identical to a Michigan wolf. Anyway, so they eat things like blueberries. These guys are highly social animals. They definitely live in packs, and the whole pack raises the puppies. What you're looking at is siblings, aunts and uncles going out and collecting toys for the wolf puppies of that year to play with. And so they all work together. We kind of debunked the whole alpha male wolf thing. Really, a wolf pack is a family. There is kind of a power couple, a reproducing pair within that pack, but they all work together to take care of the young and to protect the young and to raise up the young. So that's kind of a unique part of their life that we didn't know about. So our dogs, though, are actually descendants of wolves, and there are a few theories floating around, but generally what we think has happened is back in our hunter-gatherer days, humans were around the planet. I'm talking 40 to 50,000 years ago is when we think this process may have started, and we lived in small family groups mostly, 20, 30 people, and there weren't very many of us on the planet. We were kind of dispersed all over the place, but not in large numbers in any particular place, and we tended to prey on large prey, and it turns out when you kill a mastodon for dinner, you have leftovers, right? And so these wolves would hang out near humans because they knew that we killed big prey and that we also often had yummy leftovers that they could gnaw on. So wolves started hanging out around humans, kind of almost domesticating themselves. And so we know what the wolves got out of it. They got a free meal. That makes sense. What did we get out of it? Well, humans have really pathetic nocturnal vision relative to a wolf, certainly. We have really pathetic hearing relative to a wolf. And we have a really super pathetic sense of smell relative to a wolf. And so it's kind of cool to have these packs of wolves hanging out near humans that were awake all night long when we were asleep. And those animals would let us know when there was danger in the area. When there was a cave bear in the area or a saber-toothed cat in the area, they would put out a wolf distress call that there was a predator, there was danger in the area. You know what a wolf distress call is? A bark. Wolves rarely bark. Harry has never barked in the 3.5, 4 years that he's been here. Sally barks constantly. So I know they look a lot alike, but they're actually quite different. Barking is reserved for distress. And so probably what happened is when we got woke up in the middle of the night by a particularly barky wolf, we threw that particular wolf a few extra snacks of food, right? Because that was very, very helpful. And we started to reward the ones that were maybe more barky. We also, the ones got more scraps of food if when we fed them, they didn't bite our hand. So we kind of selected for the nicer wolves that didn't bite us, right? The wolves that were more barky. There's also some thinking that they may have actually helped us to hunt too. Wolves and ravens work together. Ravens locate prey and lead a wolf pack to that prey. wolves may have led us to prey or may have helped us to hunt as well. So there are several different avenues in which these animals kind of started hanging out with us and becoming domesticated and ultimately becoming dogs. But they're still very, very different. We're going to talk about some of the differences because I know they look a lot alike. One big difference is in their eyes. Wolves have a very intense stare. They have a very intimidating look. Where you look at the little puppy dog eyes, and you know what just happened to all of you when you looked at that cute little puppy dog? Oxytocin got released, the same human bonding hormone. Dogs genetically changed in this association with humans to be able to raise their eyebrows. That is not something that wolves can naturally do. Dogs actually developed and accentuated a muscle that allowed them to raise their eyebrows because that's kind of a human thing to do, and it got a human reaction. And the first little puppy dog that could do that probably got more food and went on to produce more babies, right? Because it's so darn cute. Also, dogs tend to show us the whites of their eyes. If you think about it, when you look into most animals' eyes, you don't see the whites of their eyes. If you're looking at most any animal on the planet, you're not seeing the whites of their eyes. Humans are kind of weird. We really show off the whites of our eyes. It's one of the ways that we communicate with each other. We don't think about it, but we communicate with each other that way. Well, dogs created the ability to express and show us the whites of their eyes because that elicited a human response that connected with us. So wolves have an intense gaze and dogs have puppy dog eyes. Wolves rarely bark. Again, we've never heard Harry bark. Sally barks all the time. Harry usually has peed on stage by now because wolves are nearly impossible to housebreak, whereas dogs are generally pretty easy to housebreak. So you're letting us down, Harry. You haven't peed on stage yet. Wolves are less playful. Harry's a really, really nice guy, but he's not very playful. If you throw a tennis ball for Sally, you're going to be throwing that tennis ball for the next hour. She plays perpetually. Most dogs are like that. Whereas Harry will play with a puppy, but if we go out and buy him a really fun toy from Tractor Supply and we try to make it extra special by going up and rubbing it against the horse butt so it smells good too, and then we get him all excited about it, and then we throw it as far as we can, he will chase it. He will get there like lightning. He will be on that prey. He will kill it, and then he'll look back at us like, "You are wasting my time. This was a pointless activity. Why did you do that?" It's his exact attitude. They're very willful. We actually can't take Harry for a walk unless we have an entourage. We literally have an emotional support dog because it helps us control Harry. Harry, like most wolves, are very aloof, very shy, very easily frightened animals. We couldn't get him to walk through a doorway when he came here, but we paired him up with initially my own dog, and then ultimately Sally as his emotional support dog. And so, because Sally is such an outgoing dog and walks right through the door, Harry can walk through a doorway now and feel pretty comfortable about it. So Sally is literally Harry's emotional support dog that makes him feel better. If we try to take Harry on a walk alone, and I'm at an intersection and I want to go left to return to campus, and he wants to go right, we're going to have a discussion about that. Harry's a nice guy. It's not a bad discussion, but it's like, no. Like literally, just no. Just going to sit down. If I try pulling on the lead, he lays down. And then I have to radio back to campus and say, "Hey, can somebody come, bring Sally, bring an entourage," and we all group up together, and then somebody leads Sally in the direction we want to go, and then that person goes along with Sally, and then another person goes, and then Harry's handler goes, and then Harry's like, "I guess I got to stay with the pack," So Sally works for us. Harry works with us with ample motivation, and so it's a very different relationship. So Harry's willful, Sally's very compliant. We can't feed Harry dog food. Why not? It looks like a dog, right? Well, when wolves were evolving alongside of us to become what we call dogs, we actually had a really significant thing happen. Look how Wolves also have very long legs, by the way. Anyway, something really important happened called the agricultural revolution. We went from hunter-gatherers to farming, to agriculture. And when that happened, human numbers exploded. Biggest thing that ever happened to humans was the agricultural revolution. It was not your cell phones. That's when our numbers on the planet exploded. And we started growing grains, we started growing crops, we started making bread, and then another really important thing happened. We started making pizza. So who do you throw your pizza crust to but that wolfy dog thing that's hanging out with you, right? If you feed him pizza crust, he gets blowout diarrhea because he is mostly wolf. He doesn't have the genetics that a dog does. Dogs genetically change to be able to digest grain because they're hanging out with us humans. Wolves cannot digest grain. Harry cannot digest grain. So that's one of the genetic changes. Another genetic change was those eye muscles. Another genetic change was their reproductive cycle. Wild canines have 1 heat cycle per year, produce 1 litter per year. Dogs, 2 heat cycles per year, 2 litters per year. And it doesn't sound like a lot, but that's a pretty big genetic difference between them. And then, of course, being able to digest grain. So there are quite a few differences between Harry and Sally, even though it doesn't particularly look like it. So we're talking about rescue stories today, so let's talk about Harry's rescue story. A woman in Indiana with 2 young children decides that she needs to add a wolf hybrid to her family. Now, that's perfectly legal to do in Indiana. It's not legal to do in Michigan. In Indiana, by the way, you can also own lions and tigers and bears. And in fact, if you go to most states south and west of here, that's perfectly legal to do. So this woman decides to buy a wolf hybrid off of Craigslist. And so she buys Harry, brings him home, and decides she wants to go visit her friend up here in Michigan with her 2 kids and Harry. So somewhere around Oakland County, Harry jumps out of the car in transit, and the woman is understandably upset, and she's trying to get help to capture this fleet as lightning animal who doesn't know her very well yet, and who's certainly not obedient. And Animal Control actually helps her. Oakland County Animal Control was actually able to catch Harry, and actually returned Harry to her, which I'm kind of surprised because they're not legal in Michigan. I think they just didn't want to deal with the paperwork. And so they gave her the wolf hybrid back. She continues on her trip north and is somewhere in Genesee County, and Harry jumps out of the car again. This time he's gone for like a couple of weeks, and she ultimately just returns to her home in Indiana. And so Harry is running around somewhere in Genesee County, and a woman is having her morning coffee, sitting at her kitchen table, looking out her back window, and sees a wolf run across her backyard. So what does any normal woman do? She goes into the refrigerator, grabs a bunch of chicken and a bunch of cheese, and runs out into the backyard and starts chasing the wolf. Starts throwing Harry treats. Harry has been out on his own for a while, and he's starving, he's injured, he's crawling on his belly up toward this woman as she's throwing him treats. So she leads him into her barn with chicken chunks and cheese chunks, and then shuts the door, and then calls Genesee County Animal Control. And that's where Jay Parker enters the picture. That's the head of Animal Control. They go out and collect Harry, and they said, okay, well, we need to do something for this animal. We can't adopt him to any one of you. As nice as he is, you can't legally own a wolf hybrid in this state. So he starts calling all the big zoos in the state, John Ball, Binder Park, Detroit Zoo, and say, hey, I got this really cool wolfy animal. Do you want it for your zoo? And they all said no, because he's a mudblood, right? He's 86% wolf, but he's not 100% wolf. And so none of the big zoos want him. So Jay starts calling around to smaller places, ultimately calls us and says, hey, we got this really cool animal. Do you want it? And we said no. We said no twice. That's because wolf hybrids can be super challenging. There was a reason they were outlawed in Michigan. So we said no twice, and then Jay calls back a 3rd time and says, the clock is ticking. if we can't adopt it, we can't place it, we have to euthanize. Will you come up and see Harry? So I did, and then we know the end of that story, obviously. He is a pretty adorable guy, pretty sweet guy. He is actually more challenging than he looks. This is many years in the making. He has a whole staff. He has an entourage that works with this animal, and so it's working out well for us. But if you put that same animal in somebody's suburban backyard, it's not the same animal. Anyway, so initially we didn't have Sally. Initially what we did is I paired Harry up with my dog, Oliver. Oliver is a Shepherd Husky mix. He's the white guy. And they're playing Chase Me and having a great time. The problem is that my dog, Oliver, was a rescue, and he was run over by a car when he was a puppy. He's not physically the best animal, and he was getting kind of older. So I called Jay up at Animal Control and said, hey, Harry's doing great. He's got an emotional support buddy, but I think I need to find a new emotional support buddy. I need to find something that's young, well-built, structurally sound, needs to be a Nordic breed, Shepherd, Husky, Malamute, because it's got to live outside with Harry all the time. And most importantly, it needs to be really friendly. It needs to be really sweet, really compliant, because that's the kind of personality we need to pair up with Harry to help us get him through doorways and stuff like that. It needs to be something that's really, really people friendly. And so he said, Jay said he'd be on the lookout for him. And then about 3 weeks later, I get a call from Jay and says, I think I got the perfect animal for you. This dog has been caught like 11 or 12 times by Animal Control. It's chained out into somebody's front yard, and it keeps getting away, chewing through the ropes, chewing out of the harnesses, and escaping. It's running around on roads, and it's going to get killed. And so this guy came in, or we caught it again, and I talked this guy into just surrendering this animal because it's going to die on the road. And so he thinks it'd be perfect for Harry. So Jay drives all the way down from Genesee County, and I meet him out in the parking lot with Harry, and Jay gets out of his truck with that animal and says, Harry, meet Sally. So, if you want to know the real backstory, Harry's name was not initially Harry. Harry's name was initially Gray Wind, and I couldn't call him Gray Wind because I just kept thinking of an animal passing gas. I just couldn't do it. So my daughter renamed him Harry, not after Harry of Harry Potter, where they have wolfy kind of things, after Harry Styles. So Harry is named after Harry Styles. Sally's original name was Xena. Yes, Xena. And Jay renamed Xena Sally just to get the reaction, so I would adopt her and buddy her up with Harry. So Harry's a great guy. He's more challenging than he looks, but there's a reason not to own a wolf hybrid as pet. He seems easygoing, but like I say, he's got a whole staff, and he's very, very willful. And he requires just a ton of work, and they really are very different. As I said, Harry works with us on a good day. Sally works for us, so that's a big difference. You also don't know what you get when you mix two animals like a wolf and a dog together. Sometimes you get an animal that looks like a golden retriever that has the urge to kill big things at night. Yeah. Sometimes you get Harry. Looks exactly same size, same color, same everything as a Michigan wolf, looks perfectly like a Michigan wolf, but clearly has a golden retriever for a brain, right? And so you just don't know what you're getting sometimes when you mix these animals together. So is Sally going to stay out in the aisle for a minute? Okay. Yes. Okay. Oh, there. I forgot you have Sally. If you guys would all like to touch a really, really friendly dog, Sally's going to hang out in the aisleway, I think on the red box just outside this room, and you guys can pet a really, really nice rescued dog. But does anybody have any questions about Harry or wolves in general? Anything you'd like to know about those? No? Yes. How good are their hearing? Oh my gosh, I don't have a really good answer to that. They can hear, see, and smell many times better than us humans can. They're pretty amazing in that department. I'll tell you what, you guys have been sitting here for a while, so I'm going to turn off the mic if you guys have any wolf questions, dog questions, whatever. I'm just going to stand up here and answer them, and hopefully we'll see you next month. Danny, the clouded leopard, will be on stage. It'll be a really fun month, and a sloth. So thanks, guys.